Good morning, y'all. Y'all ready for real class today? Is y'all? Let me know before I get started. Is y'all ready for real class or y'all want to play around today? Tell me. Is y'all serious or no? Before I ever even get started, I need to know what's going on. Because yesterday I was about 38 hot. Because I really wanted to talk to y'all about that situation. And I was not happy. So I got on off of you. You got my life together. Oh, good morning. Okay. You're going to need another device or more than one way to search the web because we're going to be in a couple different places. We're not going to be in one place. We're going to be all over. So, good morning, Dave. Good morning, everybody. How about you do this? Good morning. So I want to, because I always believe in addressing things right on. Y'all know I do. I think that's why y'all come over here. Moving on. If God were to give you secret information, what would you do with it? That's something I want you to write down, make a note of. If God gives me secret information, what will I do with it? How will I handle it? Y'all think I just be fussing at y'all, but I'm going to be honest with you. I know for a fact that he reveals his mysteries to the people that understand how much power words have and different things like that, okay? You hear me? So I had to sit on this information for years before I could really talk to anybody about it. Okay? So understand that when I be trying to say stuff to y'all, it's because God be giving us his mysteries, and you have to be wise about the information you being given. With all the laws that are being passed as far as social media and things like that, I be talking to y'all because I want y'all to understand that it might come a time when there's only 5 words I might be able to say to y'all, but y'all gonna know what they mean. Are y'all listening? Can y'all hear me? It is time out for being clueless. It's not cute. I'm gonna be honest. Your mind needs to be so sharp, it's unreal. It's time out for living in a Google Gaga type. It's over for that. You need to listen and listen the first time. How many times have you seen a news report at 3 to 6 o'clock in the morning or on the 7 o'clock news, and then you go back looking for it at 5 and it's nowhere? And you know you're not crazy. And you know you saw what you saw, but then all of a sudden it wasn't available anymore. Yes or no? That's rude. You don't see I'm talking. I need y'all to be sharp. That's what I need. We joke and we play about being in a type of training, but that's not a joke for real. It's serious. If God gives you important information, what are you going to do with it? How will you handle it? Because I be wanting to talk, but sometimes I can't. Because I feel like as long as we been here, for me to have to keep repeating myself about something, it shouldn't have to happen because we already know what they do here. So when does that go away? I might only get one time to tell y'all something. And I'ma just need you to understand. We are not children. Y'all picking up what I'm putting down or no? I say this all the time and it should have gotten better. But I'm not going to put myself in danger because y'all got loose lips. I'm going to just say it. And I'm going to say it out loud. I am not going to put myself in danger because y'all don't be wanting to be on it. What I will do is draw back. Because as y'all can see, God be giving me the information. This is my livelihood on the line as well. So if you can't respect that, I'm telling you, I done told y'all. Y'all done seen what did happen. So when I'm saying something, I mean that. For real. So if I ask you to do a specific thing, it's because I want to get the information to you, but you can't just be carelessly doing stuff. And if we want to keep being able to do what we do here and get the things that we get, we have to think smart. Okay, Anita. I believe it. And this is what I'm telling people. You're not gonna be able to be talking loud and all of that. It's gonna have to be, we don't know. Listen. Yes, I'm fussing. And I don't care if you mad. And it's early in the morning, but if y'all not paying attention to the laws about them being able to record your every keystroke and all of this kind of stuff, that is on you. But I pay attention to things like that and have for a very long time. Because God told me when I was 15, you're going to be living in a surveillance society where everything you say, do, eat, sleep, whatever is going to be. Baby, I don't play. If God, I mean, just think about this, y'all. I'm only 44, and this is the information that our dad gave me to read at 15. Come on. Seriously? At 15. At 15, this is the book he handed me at 15, almost 16. Are you understanding? The stuff he been putting on top of my head. I'm 16 trying to tell people about this. 15, 16. So this is 1995, 1996. This is the picture I kept showing people and everybody kept calling me crazy. The Babylonian system. The Babylonian system. The Ishtar Gate. What did they say? What did Jim Carrey call them? Didn't he say at that award assembly and everything from the, what is it, Oscars or Grammys is all the Babylonian gates, or am I wrong? Am I wrong? Okay. So at 15, these are the things that God had me read and understand. Please. At 15, if I live to be 45, this would be 30 years ago that he gave it to me. Exactly. 3 decades from the time that he was talking to me about this and all of the other stuff that's going on right now. I didn't just stop here. Y'all think with him giving me this at 15 that he would just let me stop? No. Because I told y'all at 21, I told people America is about to go to Raw. And everybody laughed. And 5 months later, from April, the end of March, beginning of April, I kept telling everybody, shouting it to the top of my lungs, y'all had a dream. And everybody's like, you're crazy. 5 months later, we had that one day. And then everybody was calling my phone like, wait a minute. I said, I told y'all. There are people in our community that have come in here to be entertained and not to listen. Because I've been repeating the same things for 2.5 years. So for so many people connected to this place to be caught off guard, it blows my mind. Let's talk about it. Ain't no way you in here every day and it don't register. That blows me. Because it's not like the information did not come to you every week, 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 since February of 2022. It ain't not one week that I ain't said, hey, if you don't know, go look, go picked up chicken, picked up berries, showed a mask, put the water straws up. It's not 1 week since February of 22 that I didn't do that. But some people feel like I'm up here playing. Okay, if you're here to be entertained, well, then that's it. Take the information, do what you want to do with it. I've literally showed y'all. I said, you might not even be able to get out of your area. The stores are going to be closed. It ain't going to be no McDonald's. I hate repeating myself. Y'all know this. Yes or no? The people that's been here for a long time, you know, it makes my skin crawl. And like I told y'all, I didn't tell my kids more than one time. They knew when my mama said something, listen, because if she had to come back, it's a wrap. You being rude, I'm talking. But I also don't have to say nothing to tell my kids, let's get up and go. I don't have to call their name to get their attention. And they grown, and they teaching their kids the same thing. I love y'all. But one thing I'm not going to do, I can't be around people that don't listen. And what I mean by that is, you don't know. Ain't nobody going to have time to sit down and explain it to you and keep repeating it to you. What if God tells you, get up and leave a building right now? Well, God, I got just, okay, God, but I gotta. You get the feeling in your stomach, and He say, get up and leave the building right now. Well, God, give me a sign if you want me to leave. Well, God, no. Get up and go. You need to have your voice tuned in to your, this serious. It's folks leaving their house, going to get coffee, and pa, 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 pa. Come on. It's split second decisions right now, babe. You in Walmart. You're like, what is that? I'm about to go see what it is. Oh, okay. Folks is losing their marbles. You need to listen. Y'all be playing. This happened to me once. If I didn't, I'm just trying to tell y'all. We are not. Why is everybody just still walking around like, oh, I could? No, you can't. We talked about certain things that you get, you come up missing. We talked about that when I first started this. When people was just real careless with their keyboards, I said, oh, I don't do all that. You gonna have to watch your mouth over here. And people was like, where the people at? Where they at? They was people in our, they was here. They was friends with us. We got another friend that folks is just finding out who he is, and he be in our class too. Okay? And now he getting letters and stuff from. And I've been telling y'all the GOV is over here. The GOV is over here. The GOV, the GOV, the GO. I've been telling y'all. But when I say it, it's like, oh, sir, God. No, I'm trying to tell you. Because all of these people around me that I know used to be a part of here is where they at. Are they? You don't know either. Do you? No. No. So that's why I need y'all not to be careful with y'all thumbs. I mean, reckless with your thumbs over here. Think of me. Can y'all do that? Before y'all just get ready to type and I have to keep saying, don't say that. Watch, do this, do. Can you think about me? Y'all love me so much? Make that your priority. Because all of the people that have taught people to think a different way, where they at? Where are they? A few places. Missing and all the people that was around when I was around, for whatever reason, one or another. Come on, Auntie. Cindy, we talking about words, babe. Hey, come on. I'm not going to do this morning. Stuff like that. I could have said that, but I didn't for a reason. Because there's key words. No, I just was saying that probably before you walked out. I was talking about it in the beginning. Come on, y'all. I could have said it. So when you see me stop, that means you don't. Come on. Thank you. Now, I love y'all. Do y'all hear me? You don't. This internet and people feeling like they need this and that, whatever, it's going out the window if y'all can't tell. Do you understand what's happening up here? Everybody's talking about the number 25, but they not really understanding. We talked about people being able to come and pick you up, and they don't got to tell nobody they got you. There won't be a record of it. We talked about this several times. I said, in this time, this can happen. And it's happening, whether you know it or not. And it can happen to you. You. Depending on who your family member is and all of this, they can do what they want to. Y'all be playing with y'all, so I don't play with mine. And I'm not going to let other people play with mine either. Hell, no. So if you can't understand what that mean, that don't mean nothing for me. I'm trying to tell you, it will be you. This ain't being cocky. God called me to do a certain thing, and it don't have to look like what you think it look like, but it is. We've already had experiences where mothers then came in here and said, I've been working on my baby with the running high thing, and then boom, at the door. These things are not for nothing. When I get up here and talk, I am not up here to entertain you. I promise I'm not. I'm not an entertainer. That's not my job. My job is an influencer. To influence you to listen, pay attention, open your eyes, understand. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding is a real thing. And it applies to absolutely everything that you will do every single day. You don't get to be wise on Wednesday and foolish on Tuesday. No, because Tuesday could be the day. You cannot be so distracted and so la-la land. Ain't nobody, what if I come on here and just quit talking about stuff and I just talk to y'all about nothing? What if I did that for 3 months? I don't talk about nothing that God is telling me to say. I just get on here and talk about bull stuff. What's going to happen? Can you quiet your spirit enough to hear what's about to go on? I told y'all, this is not church. I'm trying to help y'all get ready because communication is not going to be a thing. So if you can't hear for yourself, you screwed. But I deliver my soul to y'all thousands of times. And that's not a lie. That's not a lie. Thousands and thousands of times I done delivered my soul to y'all. Cried up here, begged, pleaded. That's why I'm not in no emergency for certain things, because I know for a fact that if you've been over here, you got it. And if you didn't listen, guess what? That do not have nothing to do with my ears. Nothing. Because I still live a modest life. I didn't go selling nothing. I didn't go doing nothing because I wanted this to be free for everybody. Small, black, white, tall, fat, Mexican. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. I didn't want to charge nobody for nothing because God didn't charge me to give it to me. Do you understand me? I don't get up here and labor for hours to entertain y'all. I'm praying that you listening, and this ain't church. You hopefully here to learn every day something. God can have you recall one of the stories that we have went over, and it's going to be what you need to do. Hopefully you taking notes. God told him, go to the east. Oh, okay. God, show me something. Go to the east. Boom. That might be all he say. God is not Google, MapQuest, none of that. He giving you one word, and you better learn to figure it out. Go. Go where? Go. But God, you ain't tell me when I'm supposed to. Okay, we'll be there. We'll be there. Doing all of that. You say, well, oh, okay. I don't even got to know where I'm going. Turn left? Okay. Turn right? Okay. Moses. Moses. Samuel. Samuel. Did you hear him say, get up? Did you hear him say, wake up, sweetie? When I call you, you come. When I train my kids, I wasn't about to yell for them more than one time. Yes. And they didn't say what? Yes. Yes. And then I just sit there. Because I called you to me. Come see what I want. I'm going to sit there and wait. I called you for a reason. He might not say a lot to you. And if the enemy is listening, why would he give you direct instructions? And what I mean by it is, why would he tell the enemy where you going if he know the enemy on your heels? Y'all ain't read enough of the Bible to know it's always a op in your camp. I mean, do y'all take these stories to the head or what? It's always an op. Whether it's God's op or they op, it's always an op in your camp. Trying to tell your enemy the next move. The Bible is war strategy. If you take it, I mean, Bible literally. I don't know if y'all peeped that or not. I take it literally. It's not stories to me. They're journals. Somebody lived this, and they wrote about it. They had enough sense to tell us, thank God. Because it don't be lying. It lines up. It don't be lying. It be the people pop up off the situations, everything. It all pops up. Okay. Every story we've ever read, y'all say, I know somebody, or that used to be me, or, well, God dog it, I'm going through that right now. Oh, okay. I was just trying to figure out who this was for. How is it that every day, whatever we read in the Word or whatever we talk about, got something to do? Okay. So, understand that I absolutely love y'all. No, don't do that. It's rude. Why do y'all do that? No. Yes. Holy Ghost, go forth and destroy all men of darkness. Yeah. Hold on now. Wait a minute. Oh, thank you. You hear me? Listen. This is the thing. You have to listen. It might be a one-word direction. You are not always going to get an explanation. Let me tell. Okay, let's go through the classroom rules and see how they could possibly help you in the things to come. Let's go through it. What's it say here? Okay, for this is not a church. This is school, a university. Hmm. Hmm. I'm gonna just leave that. Well, not this part. Skip that. Please use your manners. Say please and thank you. I'll show you something. Excuse me, thank you, excuse me. Excuse me, I'm sorry, excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, thank you. Did y'all see the situation about the $5 pizza? Now, moving on. Y'all ready for class? I'm gonna go get me some water and run to the restroom now that I done went through some things over here. I'm trying to put y'all on because we don't know what's about to be popping and stopping and whopping around here. We don't know. you, we there's so many things happening, and because people just want to be entertained, they're missing the things that they should be taught. They're missing it. But what doesn't have to happen is if you want to be clueless, you get to be clueless. But when you're clueless, you put everybody else in danger. You understand? When you won't listen and you won't understand and you just keep doing whatever you want to do, you put everybody around you in danger. Understand that. When you are too loose with information, when you want to just be always talking and telling somebody business and using names. I mean, I don't, that's what I said. I stays on the inside because, baby, this world, I be like, ooh, this is it? You just say that out loud. In front of all of these people, and you know everybody in here, everybody. Everybody. You know who they know? Oh, okay. Do you know that anybody could be recording in here? And you just gonna say this out loud? Oh, baby, let me get my belongings and, because that's how mess gets started, baby. I'm just gonna, I see y'all. And I always been like that. Since I was a youngin'. You do too much. You said you learned to keep your mouth closed? Great. Great. Because that's, excuse me. That's crazy. People just be saying all kinds of stuff. And they want to be connected to, I don't got to be connected to nobody. Huh? Who? I mean, I could have very well met him, but I don't know for sure. Huh? I could have bumped into him in a place. I used to be all over the place. So, yeah, I mean, it's possible. Anything is possible. Huh? What? Well, do you know who? Kimberly, you can't put that. They know what that means. You got to find another symbol, baby. Just use another word. Yeah, but that's, you good. Yeah. Listen. I'm about to run to the restroom, grab me some water, and we can do this class. Y'all ready? It's very interesting to me. So. Oh, that's funny, girl. You didn't start talking, ain't plugged up nothing. I don't know what you thought you was doing. Nothing. What if that was a test? No, Bambi, you gotta go looking for it. What what if that was just a test? For you to find the information but not say nothing about it. When I just said you can't put stuff about it up online. I see y'all don't know. I be testing y'all. Literally. After all I just said when I came in here, I said go look it up. No. That was a test. Y'all couldn't have went to the club with me, buddy. I'm telling you. Find out. Don't say nothing. Go look. Get the information. But don't say what you found. I just talked to y'all about that. Some of y'all got a D. Start over. Go back. And start over. I didn't say what happened for a reason. I wanted you to go find out and zip it. Because what is in there, all of it is keywords. Everything in the story is pizza, the first one, and attack, what they used, all of that's key. And they know when you're using emojis. So if they can capture and record your every keystroke counts. No? No? That's why every phone has some sort of AI. You said it. Come on. And folks just living like it's still 1999. As my mama used to say, living like it's 1999. Po babies. It's real out here. And if you're not paying attention, the Bible says that his people was going to perish for the what? You don't think propaganda is a key word? I love y'all. Come on. Yep. Give me some water. love y'all. I know y'all think I'm being mean. I don't care. Did you hear what I said? Sometimes the general is going to have to be mean. Sometimes the general is going to, because this is not basic training now. It's not anymore. Y'all went through basic training already. Your spiritual basic training, you went through it. This is clinicals. This is you getting through. Okay, you done did your book work now. We done trained your mind. Okay? This didn't happen. God didn't, everybody done trained our minds to think differently. God has cleaned us up in a lot of different areas. Okay, so now it's time. You don't get to stay in basic training forever. Because you can't play around when you really out in the field. You have to be sharp and precise. Period. You think them? We got anybody that used to be in the military in here? Okay. Not moving when a person says move less than 30 seconds later, you could lose a part of something that's very precious to you. Right? They got 15 times to tell you go, 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 go? Or do they got one time to tell you down? I looked at some of the documentaries on how fast and the ratio and where it could go from this to this in less than this, and what the heck? One little peanut can fly that fast, and what? What kind of slingshot y'all got? 30 seconds? Sometimes not even one time. Oh, okay. You gotta look and know. You gotta be paying attention. You gotta be listening. You gotta keep all of your surroundings and be doing a. You can't put that. You can't put that, baby. You can't put that. Girl. Think about what's going on right now. I love you. Come on, y'all. We talking about this. If I said peanut and slingshot, you gotta know you can't type that. Okay. I'm starting to think that y'all really don't be hearing me when I be talking, and this ain't to you. This is just. Maybe y'all need to study up on some of the laws that's happening right now. And then maybe I'll understand the urgency of why I've been a little irritated last night and today. And why I've been trying to scream as loud as I can, but I feel like nobody's listening. I'm trying to help you. Anybody ever seen cattle wrangled? Anybody ever seen cattle wrangled together? Did y'all go watch the documentaries that I told y'all to go watch about back in the day? And you'll realize that the same play that one person did about 70 years ago or however long it was, they ended up right over there just with it's a different set. Or same playlist. It's a girl I know, she started a business called Poland. They be doing all kind of tricks and stuff over there. Good with the sticks, too. That pole they be having, crazy. Uniform and everything. You hear me? They be going nuts. Turn all the way up. Coming through. Getting what they want from everybody. You hear me? Ain't leaving without what they came for. I know some people, man, they said they grandmammies and grandpappies was on the same thing back in the day, bro. And they went through there, boy, and locked it down. At Poland. Were they good with the pole? And they granddaughter and grandson doing the same thing? Dang. Crazy. You hear what I'm saying? As they used to say in the streets, fertilizer about to shake, babe. The fertilizer about to shake. The dome about to shake, baby. You get me? The dance is about to hit the floor. Bring them out, bring them out, bring them out, for real. And they got dance teams. They battling. All they chicks about to run out with the bottles with the sparklers on them. And they got their pole routines down. You hear me? About to walk out and shut it down. When has mob ever been a good word? Never. And the word you put in front of it, people equate that with danger, so probably not good to type that either. I need y'all to go do research on your keystrokes. I'm trying to tell y'all something. Yeah, but you still can't. I get it, but you still can't. Because they look at that as other stuff too. We in an election year. We are in a place that we have never seen before. Please understand. It don't matter how seamless or how not seam. I'm sorry, seamless. How like not important. It is. I'm trying to tell you. If you could be rattled like kangaroo for your cattle for your keystrokes, how would you feel about that? If you could have visitors at your door for your keystrokes, how would you feel about that? Oh, really? Would you be scared? Because I know y'all done seen the videos where the people showed up at the people's house about their keystrokes. It's on Facebook, it's on YouTube, it's on Instagram, it's everywhere. Is it or is it not? They do not care about you being mad. The MIB will pull up to your house about your keystrokes. They don't care about you being mad because they don't even got to tell nobody they took you. And there are stricter ropes being weaved. They just passed, put some new ropes on it. Like for real. Everybody that did a vanishing trick ain't gone. And what I mean by that is they not, you know, they here. But you just don't know. They here. Does that make sense? Baby. And that's why certain things I don't say. Circa, where we? That is a French word. I am American. I am American. I'm starting to see. I'm American. I used to be wanting to be like a French society, we, but baby, it's more America. Get what? Who y'all be seeing me with? Tell me. Before Auntie P and y'all see me be with Auntie P for that time, who y'all see me with? My kids and who else? Tell me, how many people y'all see me with? In 2.5 years? That's a long time. For this reason. For this reason. And I'm not trying to be funny for this reason. Remember I told y'all when I used to be out in the a wheel and in the way, I was always by myself. Y'all remember me telling y'all that? Y'all probably didn't believe me, but now y'all understand why. And I've told y'all, folks just be talking about stuff they don't need to talk about. And to just say whatever. Whenever they feel like it, don't be thinking about nothing or nothing. They just be talking. That is how people get a lot of things. Because folks got diarrhea of the mouth. For real. And it's sad that we even have to talk about this. Sad. When I've been talking about it for a long time. About it. Shh. Everything ain't meant to be, and I say that all the time. Because if you know what's going on, you just wouldn't be so quick to just. And you can go back in videos and videos and videos and videos of me saying, yeah, you said it, I didn't. How many times y'all heard me say, you said that, I didn't say that. Or I don't agree, or whatever. That be CYA, honey. Y'all be playing. I'm not playing with that. Ain't. I say, don't get too comfortable here. Hey, what is you doing? That ain't for nothing. I love y'all, for real. But I also love me too. And now that I am seeing certain things, I don't say it on here because it be a lot. And then I have to keep saying, hey, I'm just putting this out there. And then people just, and then it'd be crazy. And so then I just have to hold some stuff. Because I see in some places we haven't matured enough to be able to get certain information and just have it. Do you hear me? Prime example, there's books on this shelf that I will not tell nobody to buy because I understand the responsibility of having that knowledge. It is not for everybody. Because everybody's mind isn't strong enough to have it. And it could lead them down a path that could cause them great harm and others as well. Do you understand? Just a lot of stuff that's not even in here that I have written down. I ain't never talked to nobody about. And I ask y'all, do your vessel got cracks in it? I ask y'all that all the time, and y'all probably be thinking I'm crazy. No, I'm trying to see, can you understand without having to be told? If I'm teaching you to train your children to answer without you saying anything, y'all don't think I'm helping y'all out with the same? Why would I be telling you to look at your child and say, but get on here and be just water mouthed? And I'm fussing because it could cost you don't know. There's people walking around with sticks. And they plan to do all kind of, they plan on hitting all the little kids on the playground with these sticks. Just mean, for no reason. Don't even know the little kids. Just go to the park and they want to beat everybody with a stick. You heard me? And depending on the size of it, we might need to go get the nurse. So it's very important that you are aware of the people that are on the playground. There be predators on the playground. There be bullies on the playground. A lot of them. It be bullies in the stores. It be bullies at everywhere. And you paying attention could be the difference in you getting hit with a stick or not. We playing hide and go seek. Can you hide quietly? Can you? How good are you as an adult at hide and seek? Right, Deja. When's the last time you played hide and go seek, and how long can you wait? We did the kids. What about you? They never found. Good job. For real. Y'all play the how quietly can you walk? And obstacle games for their balance and all, you know. Can they walk on their tippy toes very quietly? Can they? And not drag their feet? And how long can they walk on their tippy toes? Who can walk the farthest on their tippy toes quietly? Who can run on their tippy toes quietly? Can you run backwards on your tippy toes? Can you jump quietly? Can you crawl quietly? There's a whole bunch of ways to prepare. That's fun. Put the candy down on the ground. You get all the candy in the hallway if I can't hear you walk. But you got to get to the end of the hallway before I give it to you. Now you got to get down the stairs. You got to have every piece on the stairs too. Huh? But I can't hear no sound on the stairs. Even a little crack. Ah! You don't get that one. Every step that I can hear, you can't get any candy for that round. And I'm recording, so we'll be able to hear it. Huh? I wonder who can get down the stairs the fastest and the quietest without touching the candy. Can't get the candy until you get down to the bottom of the steps. Guess what that's teaching them to do? Get the task done and not get caught enjoying the pleasure of their work before they get it done. Because if you think that these people that are playing hide and go seek are not going to come and put out candy pieces for people so that they could lead them back to where everybody else is, you're crazy. You're not thinking, if that's what you thought. In Marine training, everything the instructor said was a teaching command, even if they didn't think so. Chameleon, listen to me, baby, right here. Yes, 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 yes. That. Everything that we done talked about since we've been here, it was almost a command in a sense. But was it not worth it when when you was out in the field? Some of y'all been out in the field. Some of y'all done got a little PT. And the crazy you ain't even went nowhere yet. You still in. So am I wrong? You feel is you getting me now? You know, so you've been knowing the know and the. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, I'm trying to tell you. Woo. I be trying to help people understand. I said, listen. I don't know why he tells me the stuff he tells me. I have absolutely no idea, but I'm grateful. And to the folks that's listening, I'm talking loud. But if you're not, well, tuck your cotton in your ears and just smile. Eat a Snicker or something, I don't know. Because what can't happen is because of your carelessness in action, in word, in thoughts. You cannot put other people at risk because you choose to be careless. It is always the careless person that gets everybody else in a situation. It's always the person that doesn't want to listen and feels like they can do whatever they want to do that attracts certain things to where everyone is. It's not a secret. That's not a secret. It's always the careless person. I'm trying to teach everybody, if you weren't before, to not be a careless person. I don't want you to do that. You don't know who or what is going to be your bully on the playground. There are people that you have swung with, and you have jumped rope with, and you have ran the mile with, and you have spun them around on the merry-go-round, and y'all ran and picked flowers and made bracelets together. And then tomorrow they could possibly be your bully trying to dump your head in the toilet or put you in a thing or take all your snacks. All of them. Because they mama didn't get them no snacks, so they gonna take yours. Interesting. Because they know somebody emailed me and said, yep, it's playgrounds in Texas and stuff, and it's cool during the day, but at nighttime you can't go to that playground because it's a little dangerous over there at the nighttime when the lights is out and everybody didn't went, you know. This email I just got yesterday. So it's a whole bunch of bullies running around with sticks on the playground, hitting people with them and getting in their lockers and stuff and taking their snacks out of there. Thank you. Taking all their snacks. Right now. Am I wrong? Miss Ordis? Huh? It's not safe at that park over there. Cause they don't it was a girl we knew. We still know her now, but we gonna talk about her in a different. We gonna call her we'll call her Book. Okay, so this girl named Book, right? She was telling us a story a little while ago, talking about how you might not be able to go outside because this one book she read that people couldn't go outside because it's going to be safer in your space than it is out of your space. That girl Book, she was telling you. She was telling, y'all remember she was telling us that story? And she was saying that you're going to not want to go out to parks that's not on your side of town. You're going to want to stay in the parks that you know. Because even in the dark, y'all used to run through there as kids. And so you know that, you know that park. That park, you could do it something by yourself. You know, you ain't even got to. Because it's going to be some bullies that their parents didn't get no snacks. And they didn't buy them no coats and stuff like that. And so it's cold. And so Book, she was telling us a story about how once certain things go away, like they took all the jumpies down and the water fountain ain't working and all this stuff that used to keep people happy at that park, like they are just tearing it down right now. Like I don't know what's going on. There's an electrical thing or something going on at the park. And all the concession stands and stuff that normally have like all the little treats and stuff, they're closed because of whatever's going on. Right? Y'all remember that girl Book? She was telling us. And as she was yet speaking, it was like reading a book and watching a movie at the same time. Have you ever read The Hobbit and been reading along to see if the movie line up? You know what I'm saying? Book did give us some knowledge, didn't she? Didn't she? And now we seeing the movie. We done read the book. We are seeing the movie, honey. It's crazy. I can't believe they took all the concession down from that part. Like everybody used to go to them concession stands and stuff. Everybody. And now people just gotta go to the park and be over there hot and hungry and stuff. Why would they do that? And they know so many people go to that park. with no snacks. Ain't no icy things or nothing. More concession stands are going to be closing, and more parks are going to be scary. And it's going to be a whole bunch of kids just walking around like they used to in the 70s with sticks. And in the 60s, kids was free then. They didn't really have a lot of rules at that time. So kids could walk around with sticks and stuff. They didn't think nothing wrong with that. Y'all remember? They'd just be walking through the neighborhood and stuff. And they turn them into all kinds of things, those sticks that they have. Okay. So those kind of things are going to be happening again. People just going to be walking around. Yep. 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 So just be careful when you be going to the parks and stuff, and make sure that if all the concession stuff's, shut down, that you can go ahead and have a cooler with all your stuff in it, so y'all gonna be straight. You know what I mean? Make sure you bring you a cooler with you. It's better because you don't know if the concession stand's gonna be open or not. You can always walk out to the car and get you a little something and come on back in. These are the conversations we need to be having from now on. Y'all understand? I love you. Y'all understand now? This is how we need to be talking to everybody now. You can say a whole lot. You see how we did that? Okay. That's why we use stuff like tall trees and shrubs and stuff. It's been a process. It has been a process. I had to start with something everybody know, like pools and trees. And then we just been working on it from, we just been moving on from there. You hear me? See, y'all already knew what I was talking about. You see how quickly that is? If I say tree or pool, you already know what I'm talking about. Pogo stick, y'all already know. You hear me? Key things. The whole thing behind it, but just one. So you just gonna go over there and go swimming whenever you feel like it. You don't even care if that's your pool or not. You just gonna go on and hop the fence and go on over there and go swimming whenever you want to. You know the law can come and get you for doing that, right? You just cannot be skinny dipping in other people's pools and stuff. That's crazy. You can get hurt doing that. That's a private pool. Gots to wear a floaty. Until you better put your floaties on. Listen. Now we're going to get down to the real class. You stay away from pools. Good. Listen, I stay away from pools and pogo sticks. I'm all out. I don't be going in the forest. Because around all the pools, it be a whole bunch of trees. Have y'all ever seen a beautiful lake? And it has all the greenery and shrubs and stuff around it. So wherever there is a body of water, there's probably going to be a lot of trees. You hear me? or some type of greenery like shrubs or vines or something, there's always going to be a few around. You hear me? Not the mosquitoes, Patty. Not the mosquitoes. You know what? All right. Okay. Well, yeah, that part. Ooh, all right. So, yeah, we can come on back. We back now. All right. You're going to need your volume 1 and an iPad or a paper or whatever. If you cannot look it up on another device, okay, just take notes. If you can't take notes, listen. If you can't stay in class the whole time, it's okay. We got a rewatch over here. You can go watch. So hopefully I covered all of the. I can't. I'm driving. Oh, if you're driving, that's fine. It's okay. You could just listen. We know. Okay. Y'all got me. But if you are in a place where you can get your stuff, get your stuff. Okay. Listen. Y'all think I'm mean? I was about to say, because if you said yes, I was going to say IDC. That's okay. That's okay. I love y'all. Who can tell I love y'all now for real? If you didn't know it before, now I don't love y'all just being over here. I love y'all for real. And I can't always get to y'all. But God uses me to impart things into people that they don't know is going to be important until later. Y'all feel me? You hear me? You didn't know those things in 2022 or 2023 were going to be valuable, but now you do know. The conversations we had about whatever that y'all thought was random, like this baby said, it's all for something. I said we are not just here together for nothing. I guarantee you God kept telling me for such a time as this, and now we see why. That was grace, giving us time to get ourselves together, mercy, all of that. Because he could have left us where we was at. All of us. In whatever mental, emotional, physical, financial situation we was in, he could have left us. But he has come through and did mighty wonders over here because we are listening now. Who want to keep talking to a person that ain't listening? You? You want to keep talking to a person that ain't listening to you? And I always, yeah. I'm going to do it. I don't either. I don't. Because I feel like I could be doing something else. So if you're not listening, why am I talking? Listen. Do y'all believe what the Bible say about what's coming? Or you still undecided? You don't know or not? Because unbelief is a sin. I want y'all to know that. To believe that God is not going to do what he said he's going to do is a sin. He about to do exactly what he said. The same way people didn't believe when it was raining because it hadn't happened yet. I believe it when I see it. It ain't never happened before, so. Oh, okay. You right, it happened, but that don't mean it ain't. So, just because you don't believe it and you didn't see it and it hasn't happened, don't mean it ain't going to. It is. It is right before our eyes, and it's crazy that people just like, oh, okay, well, keep on being I believe it when I see it type of person. It's gonna suck for you. How many times have I said that? It's gonna suck for you. How many people have y'all seen on the internet saying they wish they would have prepared prior to this? Come on. Come on, Ash. Y'all done seen it? Saying we don't have this, we don't have that. We need this, we need 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 that. Y'all mean to tell me that nobody on the, with all, y'all got all the social medias. Y'all go to the store too. Because it ain't just me now. 5 months after we started, it was crazy. Everybody was talking about you need to get this light, you need to do this, you need to buy this, you need to grab this, you need to get that, you need to have it. What are you gonna do? We got people going out and becoming foragers and all of this stuff, showing you how to make pine oil and this and that. All of these things for just in case. And not the one that old boy and them, just in case I don't make it home tonight. Not that. The other just in case. Okay? The other one. I even had a whole list up. I still do. And those 2 videos are still on YouTube. You hear me? You hear me? It's a real thing. So if they be like, she be doing too much, it's because I know what's coming. If a train was about to go through my house, would you not be trying vehemently to wake me up or get me out of my house? If a train derailed and was coming for my house and you could hear it and see it and I'm in there asleep, what would you do? You just gonna let it come through? If you tap on my window a couple times and you're not gonna try to find nothing to bust that window and get me out, you care about me, don't you? No, I'm saying if I'm asleep and a train derailed and was coming at my house and you could see it, would you come as my friend, family member, and try to wake me up and get me out? Would you just tap on my window, or are you going to find something to bust that window out? If you got to drag me out, how you go? I mean, what? How much do you care about me? So if you can see something that is coming my way and I can't see it and you love me, that means you're going to try to protect me from it, right? It could be a far off. Maybe I just got home and maybe you sleep and you don't know what all is going on outside. Maybe I peeked and was at a party and heard somebody say something and they don't even know who I am. Maybe. But for whatever reason, you got some information ahead of time before me and I was not aware of it. And so then, how much do you care about me? Because how hard you try to get in contact with me to give me the information is going to help me understand how much your love for me is and how far it goes. Will you uproot your life to come and say, hey, come on. And you've seen it with your own eyes, different things, so you absolutely understand. It's a real thing. And yes, I'm fussing because it's serious. We got people that used to be kind of bullies at times too. And they telling you that the bullies is coming. It's crazy. Okay, I'm really going to the bathroom and then we're going to do this class. For real. It's crazy. Who remembers the statement, what money? How many times y'all heard me say, what money? What money? What money? What money? What money? What money? How many times did y'all hear that? Probably in 2022. What money? What money? It ain't nothing. What money? And now they keep saying, what money? We ain't got it. What money? It ain't none. How many of y'all went ahead and purchased the Arctic Air? And if you could, you went ahead and got. That's so crazy too. So I want to say this to y'all, and it's just blowing my mind, right? It was last year or the year before that we talked about having the ice maker. Because it was 22 when we got the ice makers. We got the little portable air conditioner thing, right? And we got our generators, right? It was 22 when we did that, right? Or we were talking about it a lot because we were talking about extreme weather. Y'all remember? Was anybody here for any of those classes in the beginning when we were talking about getting those things? It was probably like July, August, maybe, when we started talking about really making sure that we had things for extreme weather. Y'all remember that? What are we having now? Everywhere around the world. Extreme weather. Heat waves. And I said, y'all, if the power go out, if you got the ice maker, remember? I said, if you got the ice maker, you can put some water in that, plug it into your thing, and if you got to get a couple, this will keep everybody cool. I said, we got these lights so that it don't make, because candles make the house hot. How many times y'all heard me say candles make the house hot? And if it goes out in the summertime, you don't want to have to use candles. When everybody was telling me they had all them candles, I said, that's good for the wintertime, but not in the summer. It's already going to be hot. So this does not generate heat, but you do have light. Y'all heard me say that before? This ain't hot. It's not going to generate any heat in this room at night when it's hot and you flip-flopping the covers around because it's hot already and all of that. This ain't going to, but people that are having to use, candles, it's already hot and humid. I said, this is a better $30 than getting something off of DoorDash. Y'all remember? This is a better use of your $30, $45. Getting 4 of these. Then DoorDashing some lunch to work. We talked about this. God literally told us like all the things. Because he knew what was coming. Right, it's a fire on the candles, fire is heat. Exactly, and this is why I kept saying, get the light bulbs, because if it happened in the summer, you don't want no candles. Everybody like, I got candles. I said, and y'all gonna burn up. It's already hot. It be hotter in the house than it do, just like in the wintertime, it's colder in the house than it is outside. So you got to pay attention to that kind of stuff. Those are simple things that could change. Right, exactly. It's safer too. It's called portable ice maker. They got them everywhere. They got them at Walmart. They got them on Amazon, Temu, everywhere. And they make what? You can make what? Up to a pound or two of ice an hour or something like that. And then get that little Arctic air conditioner cooler thing, Arctic Air. And you can plug up to 4. I mean, if everybody in the same room anyway going to sleep, then plug 2, 3 of them up. Then you can take your ice. Because I put ice in mine. They tell you to freeze the things. But if it's no power, your refrigerator is not working. So that's why I was like, dang, an ice maker, you right? Then the thing that they saying cool, I never put that in the freezer or nothing. I always just put ice water in mine, and it come out stupid cold. And where am I getting my power? I'm getting my power from my solar generator. Let me show you. I got more than one, but I'm not bringing the solar panels in here. They're too heavy. Good. You know, we got wood burning stoves. We got wood burning stoves. The portable camping stoves, we got them. That I can pack up and take with me. You got a portable AC from Tip. Yep. This. And I have the panels to go to it. So this is why I told y'all to get a farmer's almanac, because it tell you when the sun come up every day. Okay, you just charge your second one. Good job. That's where I'm going to get my power from. And we got these little small ones right here, so we don't have to burn through that big one. And they got all different kinds of these. But these work too. We got small ones to plug in our phone and different things like that. USB. Now they have some that have some more updated. This has the AC charger on it, and it has 2 what's the names, and of course we bought these 2 years ago. It has a radio, a flashlight, and I can sit this in the window. It's small. Yeah, if you can't move, right, girl, we trying to be out and about in the, you know, in the place. But I got a solar stove too though, that's portable. And we got the little portable gas stoves, the small ones, like the butane little ones. We got them too. Not the big ones, the small ones we can put in our bag. You see my bag, girl? You see my bag? You see my bag? Now, how I'm going to carry this heavy thing, I don't And I got the green one. The old one. With the latch on it. I got that one too. You see? Did I do good? Did I do good? Tell me. We got any ex-military people in here? Or is this what I'm supposed to grab? Indeed. Yes. That part trying to run with it on. I know. I be. Here we go. You hear me? Looking the old Saigon shops for her older gear. I got one. Thank you. The green one I got. We got my DVDs in it. The latch, the round one that we I got that one too. And my little thing. My little thing. Did these go on? My auntie sent me one. I got one of them. I got one of them too. Because my auntie sent me one. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I got my trenching tool. Mm-hmm. No. All right. Good job. Oh, I know. I already packed it up to see, girl. Believe me, I already packed it up to see. That's why I said, God, I'm going to need you to help me just be out in the... but the Holy Ghost can give you strength to do whatever you need. You hear me? So I know at the time he going, but I know. That's why I said I don't know how I'm going to walk with that and that. That, you going to have to bring out some superpowers that I didn't know I had. But, honey, fear make you do a lot of things. And I don't mean like that. I'm just saying we ain't never experienced certain things. So that's what adrenaline is. Mm-hmm. Learn where all your natural springs are. Thank you. In real life. Listen. Yeah, that. All right, let's get down to this class. I'm probably going to have to go have me some meds because I be trying not to talk about this because it be like... So I broke down and got Hulu because I guess my daughter kicked me out of her account or something because I used to have it and then I'm not. And then they got whole accounts with my email and I can't even get in there, so I had to start another one for myself. Moving on. Yeah. So I was on there and I watched a show last night that I'm gonna finish watching. Well, a movie, but it was some interesting stuff going on in there, baby. Y'all probably didn't already seen it because y'all been on Hulu, and But I don't need you to do is fall while I'm talking. Go on and sit down. Wait a minute. Okay, so we are going to be all over the place. You got your book one. You got your handy dandy notebook. Y'all ready? No, I didn't. I ain't worried about it. I'm on a free trial right now. Is you ready? Now, we're going to be bouncing around, so pay attention, okay? You need book one, and I need you to go to page 663. 663. And we're going to be on 662 too, but we just going to bounce back and forth. Okay? Because I'm going to be skipping around and whatever else. Okay? All right. I still didn't charge that dang thing. Crazy. Here we go. Okay. So, really quickly, we're going to be on 662. I'm sorry. Let's do that. Oh, no. We're 663. Okay, it says, and we right here when it says, Woe, now I, Baruch, was weeping in my mind and considering the people and how King Nebuchadnezzar was permitted by God to plunder his city, saying, Lord, why have you set fire to your vineyard and laid it waste? Why have you done this? So I need you to write down, and you can abbreviate King Nebuchadnezzar. Please. Nebuchadnezzar. Nebu, Chad, and Nazar. I'm going to say it again. Nebu, Chad, and Nazar. It's a lot in that name. Y'all know that? Y'all got it? Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we just remember that now. Now we gonna skip. I told y'all we about to be all over the place. Okay. So we going down here to verse 5. And it says, For your prayer has been heard before him and has entered the ears of the Lord God. And when he had told me these things, I became calm. And the angel said to me, Cease irritating God, and I will disclose to you other mysteries greater than these. He kept asking a whole bunch of questions, and God had the answers for him, but he kept just thinking of more questions. Not that that's bad, but when it's time for you to get information, sometimes you just got to be quiet and listen. Right? No? And so what he say? I'm going to show you what he said. It says, and when he told me these things, I became calm. I'm sorry. Yes. And Baruch said, As the Lord lives, if you disclose a word to me and I hear it from you, I shall speak no further. What does it mean to disclose? What's the definition for disclose? To tell. What else it say? Give information. Yeah. To confirm, to reveal, to discuss, to make known or public. Release of information. But he had to be quiet in order to get it. He had to be quiet in order to get it, right? And evidently it's not common knowledge for everybody, or else he wouldn't even have to go through all of this to get there, right? Right? Okay. All right. I need you to go to page 660 665 for me real quick. Turn to page 665. I'm about to show y'all something. We going somewhere. Just stay with me. Okay? Y'all ready? Okay, here we go. And taking me, he led me to where the heaven was set fast, and where there was a river, no one is able to cross, not even one of the four winds which God created. And taking me, he led me up to the first heaven and showed me a very large door. Have we not been seeing lately that the old world had real big doors and locks on them, and the people was only about this big? Like when you go and you see some of the doors in Rome and different places around the world. We look like this. Right? And people say, I wonder who made those doors. Who was walking through those doors? Okay. Okay. Keep that in mind. Okay. And he said to me, let us enter through it. And we entered as on wings, about the distance of 30 days' journey. Where does it take you 30 years? 30 days. How far do you have to fly for your trip to be 30 days? Non-stop. How long does it take to fly around the world in a plane or a jet? Like completely around the world, how long does it take? To go completely around the world, has it a few days? Around the world in 30 days? Funny. They was telling us even with that story, probably. Anybody know? It will take 45 days to fly around the world. Commercial airline, 50 to 60 hours non-stop. It says a jet, 70, 80 hours. Okay. 70 to 80 hours it would take you in a jet to fly all the way around the world. How many days is that? About 4 days? 3-4 days? 24, 48, 3 plus, depending on the weather. Okay, so I said 3 or 4 days, depending on what's going on. Okay, so where were they going? Okay, they said up to 80, so that's why I was saying, 3, roughly 4. Okay, 3 to 4 days. The International Space Station can travel. Okay, what? Can travel the circumference of the Earth in about 90 minutes. Okay. So listen. So where was they going? And how far did they fly for 30 days? If you can get around the world in 3, where did they go that it took them 30? How long do they lie and tell us it take to get to the moon? What do they lie and tell us the time from here to the moon is? How long it take them to get there? How many days they say? Tell us. 2 point. They say it take them 3 days to get to the moon. $30 is literally 3 times around the world. Oh, 10 times. Okay. So y'all getting what I'm saying. So wherever they went, it was, you said it take 3 days to get to the moon. Crazy. They say it take 3 days to get to the moon, but wherever this angel took Baruch, it took 30 days. And we know at this time they had flying devices, yes or no? We know that for a fact. We've seen it in the hieroglyphs a million times. Okay. No. Here we go. So I'm just trying to get y'all to see how far this man traveled. If it takes 3 days to get from our planet in a spaceship to the moon, then where did they go where it took another 27 days? And how far was that out into space? Where did they go? Okay. Here we go. All right. Okay. It says, and he showed me a plain within heaven, and there were men dwelling on it with faces of cattle and now wait a minute. And there were men dwelling on it with faces of cattle and horns of deer and feet of goats and the loins of sheep. Y'all heard that? Men had horns, goat loins. What is that? Have we talked about? I'm about to show y'all something. Because we going somewhere. I know y'all don't think so, but we about to go somewhere very important. And it's all the stuff we seen already. And I was like, wait a minute. That's what this is. Men with goat loins and horns. Right? That's what it just explained. Men with goat horns. Okay. And then men with cow faces and horns. So wherever it was that he went, these people were there. Baruch. Okay? Interesting. Stay with me. I'm going in. I'm going in. Okay, here we go. Y'all ready? Here we go. Okay. And I, Baruch, asked the angel, tell me, I pray you, what is the thickness of of this heaven in which we have journeyed, and what is its width, and what is this plain, that I may report these to the sons of man. And the angel, whose name was Phanuel or Phanuel, depending on which version you read it, and said to me, this door which you see is the door of heaven, and its thickness is as great as the distance from earth to heaven. And the width of the plain which you saw is the same distance again. Okay? And we're going to skip down to 7 right here. And it says, and I said, I pray you, show me what those men are. And he said to me, these are the ones who built the tower of the war against God, and the Lord removed them. So I'm going to go back up to the top right here. I'm going to read that to you. I want you to read with me. It's saying right here in verse 3, and he showed me a plain within heaven, and there were men dwelling on it with faces of cattle and horns of deer and feet of goats and loins of sheep. And then down here, when he answered the question who they were in 7, he said, "Though these are the ones who built the tower of war against God." Now, going down here. Okay, down here. It says, and taking me, the angel of the Lord led me to a second heaven, and he showed me there a door similar to the first. And he said to me, let us enter through it. And we entered, flying about the distance of a 60 days journey. Interesting. And he showed me their plain, and it was full of men, and their appearance was like that of dogs, and their feet like those of a deer. And I asked the angel, I pray you, Lord, tell me who these are. And he said, these are the ones who plotted to build the tower. These whom you see forced many men and women to make bricks. Among them, one woman was making bricks in the time of her delivery, and they did not permit her to be released. But while making bricks, she gave birth. And she carried her child in a cloak and continued making bricks. And appearing to them, the Lord changed their languages. By that time, they had built the tower for 463 cubits high. Now, over on the other side, it says 80,000 cubits. 80,000 cubits. In width, 520. And they took an auger so that they could proceed to... Now, this is over on 664, down at the bottom. Okay? It says, and they took an auger so that they could proceed to bore heaven so that they could see whether heaven is made of stone or glass or copper. Now I need you to get your handy dandy device and go to Jasher chapter 9, verse 20 through 39. Go to sacred text. Go to the book of Jasher, chapter 9. Okay? You hear me? Down to verse 20. You ready? Y'all ready? I'm going to give you a couple seconds to get over there. I need you to go to chapter 20. Verse 20. Chapter 9. Jasher chapter 9, verse 20. Y'all ready? Jasher. Yeah. Jasher. In this one. Online it is. Okay, here we go. Y'all ready? Yep. Here we go. It says, and King Nimrod reigned securely, and all the earth was under his control. And all the earth was of one tongue and words of one union. And all the princes of Nimrod, and his great men took counsel together. Put Mitzrayim, Cush, Canaan with their families. And they said to each other, come and let us build ourselves a city, and in it a strong tower. and its top reaching heaven, and we will make ourselves famed, so that we may reign upon the whole world, and in order that the evils of our enemies may cease from us, that we may reign mightily over them, and that we may not become scattered over the earth on account of their wars. Okay? Now we're going to skip down to 23. It says, and all the families assembled, consisting of about 600,000 men. Is y'all picking up what I'm putting down? So let's go back here. So there were men in Put, Mitzrayim, Cush, and Canaan, and Nimrod, that Baruch says had cattle, faces, horns of deer, and feet of goats, and loins of sheep. No, it says 600,000. So there were right, this is what's in heaven. But that's a cow-faced man, ain't it? That's a cow-faced man. Right? That's a cow-faced man. Right? It is. Okay. Y'all believe the Bible is true? Right? That's our book. This book is called The Resurrectionist. We know that the sons of God mated with women and animals. We know that on every hieroglyph and all of the different ancient buildings, they have humanoid beings that were half leopard, half snake, half this, half that. And then we read in Baruch and in Jasher that the people that built the tower were these guys. Not saying it wasn't no humans, but these are the people that were building those. And who is they daddies originally? Because aren't these magical beings? And weren't they also considered gods? They were magical, and they were also considered gods. Right. Interesting. Now, we about to keep going. Why they didn't tell us that these were the beings that were building this? Why did they keep this out of there? That it was not complete, like humans. Anybody know what Nebuchadnezzar turned into? Who is Belshazzar? Anybody ever watch Charmed or Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Bel- Belshazzar had a Hebrew name. What is it? Don't it start with a D? Daniel! Didn't they change his name to Belshazzar when he got over there? He was the interpreter of dreams, remember? Daniel the dreamer? So when you read in Persian stories or other, yeah, you got to think of where did Daniel get taken into captivity at? Where was he taken into captivity, Daniel? When he was interpreting the dreams? Babylon? And the word Babylon means? Who started Babylon? It means gateway to the gods. That's what Babylon means. Gate of the gods. Not Babel, Babylon. Who started Babylon? Who started the worship of Baal or Baal? It also says the word for confused. Like when they started mixing the races, I mean not the races but the species. You don't think that's confusion? When you just looked at those pictures of what I saw, what we saw with a man mixed with a cow, that you not confused about how that could happen? Wouldn't you be confused if you walked into a city and you see half animal, half human people? Huh? Yeah. Okay. Understand that a lot of people have a lot of names. Have we talked about it? The Persians had a name for them. The Babylonians had a name. The Israelites or the Hebrews had a name for them. That's why the stories be the same. What wasn't a real location? Oh, ain't this where Inky and them lived? So they lived in Iraq and Syria, in Jordan, because Uruk is Iraq. Uruk, Iraq, still the same place. So of course it was a real thing because it's still there. This is why they're fighting over it right now. Iraq. Of course it was real. But it was called at that time and not Ir. You are, not I are. Or ER. Uh-oh, what you said? Belshazzar died in 539 BC, was a Corrigan of the Babylon, who was killed at the capture of the city by the Persians. Belshazzar, known only from the book of Daniel, because he was. This is why I keep telling y'all the names. If you gotta go learn who is calling them what? Just like Zeus is who else? Okay. What's Zeus's other name that we know? Jupiter. They all got different names, and we know that they were all beings of those children, okay? They got a ton. There's way more because, again, they spread out all into the world, okay? I'm just trying to get y'all to see something. So, um, so Nebuchadnezzar is having dreams. Here we go. It says, this dream I, Nebuchadnezzar, or Nebuchadnezzar, have seen. Now thou, O Belshazzar, declare the interpretation thereof for your eunuch life. Thus were the visions of my head while I was in my bed. And then he talks about how he saw a tree and all of this stuff. Now I'm going to skip down to 39. And he said, and I saw in the visions of my head upon my bed, and behold, a watcher and a dark one. So a watcher and a dark one came down from heaven, and the watcher cried aloud and said, cut down the tree and cut off its branches, shake off his leaves and scatter its fruit. Let the beast get away from under him, and the fowls from his branches. Nevertheless, leave the stump of his roots in the earth, even with the bands of iron and brass, in the tender grass of the field, and let him be wet with the dew of heaven, and let his portion be with the dark one in the grass of the earth. Let the heart of this tree be altered, and let the dark one's heart be given to him as well. And let the watchers 7 times pass over him. This matter is by the decree of Marduk, and the demand by the word of the dark ones, to the intent that the living may know that the dark ones will rule the kingdom of men, and they will take whomsoever they will and set up inside whatever, unconnected of men, starting with the king. Right? This dream I, Nebuchadnezzar, have seen. So this is Nebuchadnezzar telling Daniel his dream. Okay? And so Belshazzar the eunuch answered in the presence of the king and said, the secret which the king has demanded, the watcher revealed and made known to you in your dream what will come to pass. For the watcher reveals secrets that will be known soon to King Nebuchadnezzar. His dream shall come for him, but as for me, I understand the secrets of the watchers and dark ones and dreams. And what you have told me, I can tell you its meaning. I shall make known the interpretation to the king, and if you dislike it, you may strike me dead. This is the interpretation, O king, and this is the decree of the watcher, which is come upon you in your sleep. A dark one has come upon you, and your visage will be such that your officers will drive you out from men, from your castle, and from your queen Amethyst. Your dwelling shall be with the beast of the field, and your dark one shall make you eat grass as oxen. And your dark one shall wet you with the dew of the heaven. And for 7 years will the watchers pass over you. For you have exalted yourself beyond Marduk, and have made in an image to yourself rather than finishing his temple. Was Nebuchadnezzar building God's temple? Or was he, now mind you, this comes from a different version. It comes from the Persian version or whatever else it is, the Akkadian version or whatever. So they're using certain names. But we know this story from the Bible, do we or do we not? God had given Nebuchadnezzar favor. And then He turned him into an animal for 7 years. And they did drive him out of his kingdom like an animal, like Beauty and the Beast. Like that. And you know who Belle was? Amethyst. She used to walk way out in the woods or by the bank or whatever where he used to be. And she would watch him from afar and call to him to try to get his mind to come back. And he didn't. Until God took that spirit, that evil spirit that was able to change his form, God took it off of him. You mean like a werewolf kind of would change? And how did they change into a werewolf? Because the evil spirit has to be in their body to help them change, right? No? So they're telling us the same story of Daniel in the Bible, that pride came over this man and it changed him. Not only did it change him, it changed his appearance. Ain't that still happening right now? People change when they get a little change. Pride look differently than humbleness, don't it? They start to be a little ugly. So your inside can look like your outside. God said, you keep fooling these people, but I'm going to show them what you really like. You a monster on the inside. You a monster. I was literally about to say the celebrities. Okay. It says, and a dark one immediately came upon the king Nebuchadnezzar, and seizing him, and the king was filled with madness so much that the queen Amethyst could no longer stand beside him. And the military officers who were nearby saw the thing fulfilled upon King Nebuchadnezzar. His back became shaggy, and his hairs became matted, grown like eagle's feathers. His nails became like birds' talons, and strange flesh was over him. King Nebuchadnezzar's body grew, and his face became as of a wild beast. Horns and tusks pierced through his flesh. Ooh! Ooh! Oh! 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 Could you imagine? This is in his court that he started to turn into an animal. Interesting. The Bible says it too. So Nimrod and Nebuchadnezzar and all the niggas that was running with them, not all of them, but a lot of them, what we see in our book, that the Lord Jesus, the resurrectionist, is the people that was building, but they was running with King and then the other dude and then. Okay? Like Teen Wolf. Right. right, in front of everybody, embarrassed, running away because all of this stuff is coming out your face and you turned into Beauty and the Beast dude in front of everybody. Because didn't he have claws? What kind of beast is he anyway? Because he's kind of like a lion, but he has bird claws, but then he has like a human. What kind of beast is he? Is he a wolf? Don't he got horns? Do he got horns? Or no? How many dogs y'all know running around, or lions y'all know running around with horns? What kind of animal is he? And wasn't he royalty at first anyway? He was a prince, right? He's a minotaur. The beast from Belle and the Beast is a minotaur? Look at y'all like, well, what kind of beast is he? I don't know what kind of beast he is. Tell me. He was a king? Thank you. So go look at the beast. I gotta run to the bathroom. Go look at the beast and tell me if he looked like what they describe Nebuchadnezzar being right now, what we just read. And Nebuchadnezzar was a king, and only his wife could be around him, but she couldn't really get too close to him at first, but she used to be where he was at. Okay. You see what I'm saying? Go look and see what. Just look. Y'all got the movie. It's a new one out too, ain't it? Can I ask you a question? What y'all got? What y'all come up with? So he was like a minotaur from Percy Jackson. Said he grew. And not only did he grow, there was in the French 1740, by the original, the beast had scales and an elephant's trunk. Interesting. So he was like a chimera. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Y'all think they be putting stuff right in our face? Switching it up a little bit? Huh? So that's one time that God got mad at a person and he turned him into an animal, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So if you go back to Jasher chapter 9, okay? In the Bible, Belteshazzar is talking to Daniel. Belshazzar, okay. The servant. But Daniel had another name, Belshazzar. That's another name. It just depends on where you're reading. Okay? Listen to me. Listen to me. Because Daniel has a name from there. And there, Belshazzar is one of his names. You have to remember that our Bible and the stories in there, I'm not just reading from there. Because Belshazzar in this version is the person that interprets the dream. What did Daniel do? What did Daniel do? Is he not the person that interpreted the dream? Is he? Did Belshazzar interpret the dream in the Bible, or was Daniel the dream interpreter? Okay, so like I said, when you read in the KJV, all of it is not the exact. He's the chief of the. Okay, listen to me. Have you not heard me tell you that all of God's people that he used were wise? And do you think that these people got right to the man and was serving under the kings and they didn't know all of this stuff? The kings switched their names to praises to other. Every time they went somewhere else, they got another name. If they went into Persia, they got another name. What is Esther's other name? What is Esther's other name? Esther has another name. What is her name? Hadassah. And why did she get Esther? I'm telling you, because she became the queen of Persia. Exactly. And when they went there, they got a different name. The biblical account of it is not all of it. There are so many things in there that have been changed. And here we go. Because where was this story being written at? Was it being written in Jerusalem, or was it being written in Persia or wherever, Babylon? Where was the story being written at? Was the story being written in Jerusalem, or was the story being written in Babylon? Where was Daniel? Where were these people captive at? In Babylon. So the story has been translated back to Jerusalem because it didn't happen there. So then what I would need to do is go look into the Babylonian books, which is what we're doing, because we know the Bible is not complete and the stories are a little twisted. We know that because they don't even tell us that it was daughters, but we can go right to Jasher and see that it was, or the Jubilees. So you can't just go off what's there because it's not all in the Bible. And they changed the names for a reason. They move stuff around for a reason. This is why we're searching for it. This is why we're looking. Do you hear me? So in Babylon, excuse me, I know the name that Daniel got his name changed to interpreted the dream to the king. Moses, Abraham, all of them, even Solomon, y'all, they were skilled in the arts. The Christian version tells you one way. But when you go outside of that and you look at it from their edited version, you get different variations of what's going on, and it makes the story make sense. You said, how was the very first scripture translated by someone who didn't speak the language without a key? America is really the only place where a lot of people don't speak multiple languages. Everywhere else, people speak French, this, that. They be knowing 3 and 4 languages before they 5 and 6 years old in a lot of countries. And these people, the only way to do trade is you have to understand the language. So they always had wise men from another place that could interpret. Even King James, y'all realize that this man had 50 scholars from around the world. He didn't just get people from, because you have the Slavic versions of the Bible. Look, okay, let me show you. Let me show you how this works. We reading a version of it right now. Okay, so the Slavic version of Baruch, right here, right, says 80,000 cubits in height and width and 520. That's what the Slavic version says. Over here, the Greek version says something different. Do you see it right here? It said that it was only 463 cubits high. You see it? This is the Slavic version of the same exact thing. But one says 80,000 cubits, the other says 463. What is that? So comedian, have you ever read this? Have you ever read this book? Yes or no? Okay, so there's a book in here called The Book of Adam and Eve. And you'll know that God came down and gave Seth. He did like we do with our kids and dictated the history. Okay? Into languages on pillars and on other things. What sense would it make for God to make a language that nobody can understand? You got to know where to go looking. And you have to understand how to put the pieces together, because it's not all right in your face, or else it wouldn't be called mysteries. And sometimes it is hard for me to teach, because there are other things that I have read from different countries, and people think that the KJV is the only way, even though there were all these scripts before it. King James is way down here. (1611). But it was all of these books in AD and BC before the King James came. And so you have to go looking in those places for the information. The word of God is correct. Does man play with the word of God? Absolutely. So just because it says it in the KJV right there, you gotta go looking outside of there. Because version means there was things before it. And if you read the Bible and it says that they were in Babylon and they were in Egypt, then you can't study the Bible and say, oh, it just says it right here. Even the flood and all of these people were alive at one time. They say that the flood happened at a different time, even though we happen at the same time all around the world. I can get this big green book right here, and I'm going to show you something. See this part where it say the deluge? That's the flood. Now, this is where those numbers are when the different books say that it happened. Noah's deluge, as you can see, says 2348 BC. But there were other books, because Noah and them wasn't the only people living. It was Asians living at that time. It was all other, I'm sorry, not Asian. It was all kind of other races of people living, and they had spread out over the earth. So everybody used their own kind of calendar. So you got to get in there in between and look and put all the pieces together to see. You see that? 23, 48, 22, 88, 23, 52, 24, 82, 29, 98, 31, 46, 31, 55, 32, 46. We know it all happened at the exact same time all over the world, because God said he flooded the earth. But these are different biblical scholars, and they're all at different times. But we know Josephus was born 4 years after Jesus died. He was born in AD 37 or AD 38. Y'all getting what I'm saying? You can get it on Amazon. Just like people will say, oh, they stole it from them. Actually, they did, and all of these people was living. They was all living. But you don't have the information, so you just start talking. But there's Asia. And another name for Noah is Yao or Fohi, or however you say that. This is another name for Noah. See that China founded by Fohi or Fohi, I don't know how to say that, or Yao. Supposed to be who? Noah. So in China, the name Yao or this other one is Noah. Interesting. There's Greece, there's Chaldee or Babylon, Mitzrayim, Egypt, Phoenicia. Do you see all of these people were living at the same time? When God scattered the men on the earth, so are you going to tell the Asian people that Yao is not Noah? When clearly at the Tower of Babel, the stories didn't change, just the names did, because he confused the language. And in interpretation of language, there can be some discrepancies, but the Holy Ghost will lead you to what it is. And this is why I'm up here to tell y'all KJV, the KJV we got now don't even say the same thing the KJV back in 1611 said. It's missing 14 books. And they're steady taking scriptures out. So what you might hear might differ from the KJV. But the KJV has had over 3,000-4,000 years to be edited. So you have to go look at the other sources of where these things happen. Look into their books. Go look at the books in Egypt and see what they said and figure out who is who. You hearing me? The answers ain't always right there. And if you'll just take this. So in the Bible, it says that he was talking to Belshazzar. But Belshazzar is also Daniel over here, because he's the one that's interpreting the king's dream, what they said in Babylon. And we know that these people were there, just like Moses' name was different from his Hebrew name. But he still learned every single thing that the Egyptians learned. So yeah, he was doing magic. So was Abraham, because Abraham's daddy ran with Terah. Nimrod was at Abraham's birth. Was he or was he not? All of the warlocks came when Abraham was born. They was having a party, celebrating, giving out cigars. Why would God let warlocks come and visit Abraham when he was born? But this information ain't in the Bible. You got to go into Jasher and get that. It's important for us to know. Very important. So Nimrod, the same dude that was running with the loined people that had the goats of loins of goats and sheep. And he was running with the people that had horns out of their head, was at Abraham's birth. Interesting. And what did Terah Daddy have? Idols. And what did Abraham do? Knock them down. So he had all of the people that he was going to oppose come to his birth. And these people were the people that were building the Tower of Babel. That was going to fight with heaven. But God had them come to their homeboy son birth and didn't even know that he was, but these stories we wouldn't know unless we read outside. They didn't even want to give us the names of the daughters of Adam and Eve. We had to go looking for that. So you got to know that they've edited so many different things. And I'm not saying that it's not right. I'm just saying you got to expand. And just like Jesus and all of those different things, people, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying we're reading out of what they found and has been translated as the Nebuchadnezzar tablets. And we know that from our Bible that Daniel interpreted the king's dreams. And I've heard in other places and read in other places that Daniel's name was changed to Belshazzar. Now, could there have been something on or extra? Probably. But I've read this other places. And when you get promoted in Persian countries and Egypt countries, they name you son of the king or son of the sun or prince of the sun or whatever else it is. So when he rose in rank, they were going to give him a Babylonian name. And we do find out that he was one from the king. Just like Joseph had an Egyptian name. And he ended up being a king in Egypt. They wasn't going to let him rule with no Hebrew name. So if we go looking, it will look like maybe they're not the same person. If I'm only reading from an Egyptian point of view and reading the Egyptian line, it's just going to look like these are two different people, two different stories that are similar. But in our reality, when you're taken captive, just like when you go to jail, you're not Joe Smith, you're no more, you have a number. And every time that they do roll call, what you got to roll off. Your name is, but they don't care. You in captivity. You give us what we need from you, what we call you. Right or no? You become inmate. And everybody technically got the same first name. Inmate such and such. Because it's a customary name in there. That's they custom. They don't care what you was called on the streets. When they addressing you, you use that number. Because that's the name they gave you. Inmate number, blah, blah, blah. You can write somebody's name on a thing and write them in there. And if it don't got that inmate number and province number, it won't get to them. Will they not send it back? You address them by what we call them, or you get nothing over here. Is it Belteshazzar? Okay. Belteshazzar. Do you see? So they added a what? LTE? Three letters difference. You said that was Daniel's name. That's all I be trying to tell you. You gotta look and see and go back and read. And y'all, we've been down here 189 minutes and I still ain't got all the way through it. You said Chileab, Chileab, or Kileab, also known as Daniel, was second son of David, king of Israel, according to the Bible. He was David's son with his second wife, Abigail, widow of Nabal the Carmelite. Okay. That's why I be saying it's a mystery for real. And you gotta be all over the place and be looking here and there and there and there and there. Cause if you not studying, it'll get you. It'll get you. It'll get you. So when I go over here and I'm reading in the Nebuchadnezzar tablets, and it says, because this is from the Babylonian text, that Belshazzar, however you say it, interpreted the king's dreams. And then the Bible says his name was changed to Belshazzar. Dang near you can look at it almost like CERCA was talking to herself and said, CERCA, don't do that. Other books feel like a puzzle pieces in the Bible. That's because, okay, when you get out of your mind that they stayed in Jerusalem, don't you record what happens when you go on vacation? And don't it show your location? And it'll tell you where you was and what happened when you was there. And then you go back home. And it tells your location that you back home. Okay? People have gone overseas and gone to jail. And even though it might not come up in America, does that mean that they did not catch a case in another country? No. There's still a record of what they did in another country, right? Just like they said our bad credit don't show up in Japan. So what keeps us from getting a house over here don't even show up over there. It's non-existent. It's non-existent. You gotta look deeper. Okay? Everything did not happen in Jerusalem, right? Everything did not happen in Jerusalem. They was carried off captive. The Bible tells us, so why don't we go looking where if they was carried off to Caesarea, I don't know, whatever. Okay, so where is that? If that's over in another country, then you'll need to be looking at what their records say, because the King James Version has been edited. So why do y'all think we have all of these books from all around the world? Because God's word is true and it don't come back void. Now, it might not line. Okay, prime example, the Quran. They had the same daddy, did they or did they not? Huh? Ain't it two brothers that split up into two? Y'all think they daddy, and I say this all the time, gave them different information? No. That's why their books are so similar. But one brother went and lived in another place. Did he or did he not? where the rules were different. And even though he still had what his dad taught him, because of where he lived, there were certain things and certain things, they had to be written a certain way. Same story. Different names, different versions. Same story, different names, different versions. Yes or no? Abraham traveled to see Ishmael. He did. Y'all think that this dude gave his sons different information? Seriously? Y'all think that God would pick him to do everything that he did and then tell one son one thing and one son something else? I don't think so. But it is how you receive it and how you record it. Right? Don't believe me? Lucifer, or the Satans, or the Satans, caused the first sibling feud, and words caused bloodshed. They were given the exact same information from God, yes or no. Cain and Abel got the exact same information, yes or no. Did they not get the same exact information? And one brother didn't like the words that his father said. It didn't mean they didn't get the same information. He didn't like what God said to him, and so that caused bloodshed. Yes or no? Words. Words. And then words caused him to be cast out because he lied or tried to cover it up. More words that caused confusion, because now Adam and Eve can't trust you around their other kids. So when Cain left, it wasn't that he didn't have the same information. He just had to be sent away because he wasn't a trustworthy person. It is a little dangerous. Fast forward to Isaac and Ishmael's daddy. And it's been plenty of bloodshed from that, or no? But didn't they get the same information from the same man? They were taught to be a certain way by the same men. Same man, excuse me. Huh? So if they say Noah started China, but he goes by Yao, do we go looking for an ancient man in Asia named Yao to see what his stories say over there? Anybody watch anime in Asia? Is there any, Yaos in, or what does that mean? What does it mean? Would you know if Yao means brilliant, brilliant and glorious, or brightly shining? Yao means brilliantly glorious or brightly shining. Can you tell me what Noah's eyes did? Tell me. He had laser eyes. Light shone from his eyes. So Yao means brilliantly glorious or brightly shining. And the Asian name for Noah is Yao. And we know from our books that when he was born, when he opened his eyes, the light scared his daddy so much that he took off and went and said, I think my wife cheated on me with an angel. And Enoch told him he didn't. Methuselah, go see Enoch. He didn't. You about to have to do something. It's going to be real dark for a minute where you about to be. So now that we know when we see Yao in ancient texts that they really talking about Noah. Interesting. But I might go to an Asian and tell them your stories are not real because the Bible says. But because I don't know his other name is Yao, and because I don't know outside of the KJV that when he was born, his eyes lit up the whole room like Cyclops, then I would call them a liar. I would probably be insulting their religion. Now, no, we talking about the same person. Interesting. He also goes by the name Manu. But I'll be telling them how they worshiping God. But I'm talking about, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And when they pay homage to Noah, Shem, and his son the same way we be thanking God for Paul and them. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. What did that say? Emperor Yao tasked Gun with containing the floodwaters. Goon led people in building dams and to block the flood. After 9 years of hard work, he failed. Then Goon went to heaven and stole a magical soil called something that grew larger and taller when the... Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So that's their tale of how the flood happened. Now, remember God said he opened up, the 7 gates of heaven? They had been stopped up. And then he let the geysers of the earth open up, the seven gates. You remember? Y'all remember we read that? So basically that story is similar, but just 2 more gates? It was during the year of Emperor Yao that the great flood began. It was in the days of Noah. Is that what it say? When the Emperor Yao, it was in the reign of Emperor Yao when the flood began. And our Bible said it was in the days of Noah that the... Interesting. Who believe me now? Y'all wonder why I had all the mythology from all of the countries? Well, we have the Persian mythology, the Japanese mythology, the African mythology, the Greek mythology, the monsters and whatever mythology, the witches and warlocks, because Merlin and was real too. We was doing that yesterday. So you remember when I said when you lay them all out side by side, it's the same story. No? Who remembers I used to say that just about every day? The Japanese surname Yao means great and uncomfortable, uncountable number too. Interesting. Excuse me, you mean like he was about to restart the world and his population was about to be all over the world again? Who's starting to understand more that you got to go deeper than just what's right around you? People used to tell me I was doing too much. I said, don't be mad because you want to do so little. All right. Now, can y'all go to page, the number of the meaning of man? The number of man. I need y'all to go flip to the page of the number of man. Who know what the number of man is? Don't type it. But if you know what the number of man is, that's what page we on in here, in this book one real quick. Neurons, protons, something. Mm-hmm. Well, if the earth is only 7,000 years old, 4,000 years ago adds up, doesn't it? It says about 2,300 or 2,700 is when the flood happened. Between 2,300 and 2,700 years from the beginning. That's what it said. And then if it was like another 2,000 years until Jesus, and then it's been about 2,500, 2,600 years now. Thank you. Okay. 7 days is how long in God's time? $7,000 years. So it took him 7,000 years to create everything he wanted to see in the dark. And then since he said, let there be light, it's been almost another 7,000 years. So creation took 7,000 years, and then we've almost been on the planet 7,000 years. Deceitful. Period. Okay. Real quick. Go down to verse 10 on that page, and it says, "And the angel said to me, rightly you ask, when God made the flood upon the earth, he drowned every firstling, and he destroyed 104,000 giants." Now on the other side, it says 409,000. So in Baruch, it tells me it was either 109,000 or 409,000 giants that was destroyed. And in the book of Og, in the book of the giants, in Enoch, it tells us that thing happened also. Y'all remember in Enoch when it talks about in chapter 10 to make them fight against each other and unalive each other right before the flood? Y'all remember we read that? Nimrod was running with the men that built the Tower of Babel, and they was horned people and goat people and children of the angels. And the more that we put these pieces together, yeah, yep, interesting. All right. So it says the water rose about the highest mountains 20 cubits above the mountains. You would have to take the tallest mountain. Over there it says 20 cubits. Over here it says 15 cubits over the highest place in earth. Okay? So what's the tallest mountain on earth? You can tell me. There's one more place I wanted us to read. It's Mount. How tall is Mount Everest? 29,000 feet. Who remembers me telling y'all that the water was 33,000 feet above ground level? Y'all remember me telling you 33,000 feet? Or something like that? Basically 3,000 feet, but it was over that. A cubit is 18 and 21 inches. Now you know why. It says over the tallest height, over the tallest mountain. Interesting. Interesting. Now, let's see if I can find it. That's one other thing. Okay, 673 real quick. That's a lot of water, right? Right. But look at the beings that was getting around out here, y'all. Had to make sure, right? Does it tell you how tall the water got in KJV? Does it tell you? Nope. Okay. Well, it was going from the surface of the earth up. Not underwater. It was going from the surface. He said he killed everything, unalived everything on the surface. So we have to go from here and up, right? The tallest on earth. That's kind of like in the earth because it's under the water a little bit. You hear me? Could you imagine trying to swim through over 30,000 feet of water? How deep is the ocean? What's the deepest part of the ocean? How many feet down is it? Tell me. It tell you on the internet. You can look and see. What's the deepest part of the ocean? Well, they got a number close. What's the lowest they know? 36,000? Interesting number. did we just... How tall is Kilimanjaro? Or whatever the Mount Everest, excuse me. So the ocean is about 30 to 35,000 feet deep. And the water from the surface of the earth to the top of the mountain was about 30, because it went over the mountain. It said cubits over the mountain. So we'll give it 3 to 1,000 feet over the mountain, we'll say. Let's say that, right? Depending on the measurements that you use. Interesting that the flood water from the water to the top was the same distance from our Earth's crust to the bottom of the ocean. Roughly within a few thousand feet or so. So would that make the places where the ocean was 60,000 feet worth of water? From the base of the, where they know the bottom of the ocean is, to the top of the water was basically around 60 to 65,000 feet of water. And 30 is what? $29 plus 35. From the Earth's crust, it was over 30,000 feet of water, but that's not counting the depths of the ocean. I'll be trying to see if y'all be understanding when he say destruction, what he be meaning. How you swimming from the bottom to the top of that? Oh, I hope you feel better. I do. What y'all thinking over there? How pissed did he have to be to have over, in some places around the world, 60,000 feet of water? And now it's going to rain fire? And the chasms are going to open up? What's a chasm? What is a chasm? Cracks in the earth. And fire is going to come out of those chasms. But not only is fire going to come out of the chasms, it's going to be raining fire. So the chasms opened up last time and water came out, and it ended up being like 60,000 feet worth of water, depending on where you was at. And this time when the chasms open, it's going to be fire, and it's also going to be raining fire, something that has never happened before, for real, for real. Can't swim in lava, that part. Aren't aren't chasms open up? What are they calling it now? A fault line? We don't say chasm anymore, honey. We say fault line. What is it? Teutonic plates or whatever? What is it called? Interesting. That's a chasm, a sinkhole. Tectonic. Thank you. Who watched The Witcher? We talked about this. When that chasm started showing up in The Witcher, wasn't it all kind of crazy stuff going on? Matter of fact, the same black liquidy stuff from Spider-Man that they showed us that was going on supposedly down there in Florida, wherever it was rolling around and standing on the side of the tree. That's what came out of The Witcher, didn't it? Once they opened up that chasm, it was phantoms, honey, moving around and doing all kinds of stuff, wasn't it? In that movie, when the chasm started to open, when the fault line started to open, there were things that were happening in the heavens and in the earth and beings. This is The Witcher now. Oh, I don't watch that kind of stuff. Well, you live in it. Darn. In Dark Matter, it was a chasm too. And what's opening up now? What are they telling us? They're showing us all around the world that there are chasms. There's a fault line that's opening up. Interesting. And ever since these chasms and stuff been opening up, we've been seeing we ain't never seen for. How many times you seen a little bitty green man running around in a tree that's the size of an army man and be freezing just like the army man on Toy Story? And then as soon as we ate, and then we done seen it live and in action on TikTok. Dude still okay? Did he come up missing or he all right? No, that was not a praying mantis. He taped it 2 different days. That was not a praying mantis. It was a whole person. They didn't give us the show The Littles for nothing. Wouldn't you consider that to be a little? And he was live. He said, come on back out. Fern Gully. Interesting. So them is the people that be coming to get the fairy rings then, that be living in the trees and be moving the trees and you can't see, but it just look like the leaf because they're able to turn and look. Oh, okay. Oh, we was trying to figure. I know because I used to show up in my yard and I used to be like, where are all these things? And then I start putting stuff together. Wait a minute. It's been a lot of weird stuff going on here around this house. Let me anoint this porch. And then all of a sudden, all of the mushrooms go away. But people used to be coming to visit that man that I was connected to at the hip. And they brought spirits with them. Because one of them came and was talking about he was going to shoot in my windows in my baby's bedroom. Women, I said, you're not welcome down here no more. In real life. Crazy. Thank you. For real, for real. And it was his friend. Best Boon Coon. Mm-hmm. Came down there on that sweet sauce, talking about, do this. I said, and boy, your family gonna be real sad, because that ain't even my room. That's my daughter's room. But I had been telling him. And then I eat. Moving on. Yeah, okay. All right. 660, I'm sorry, 73 right here. This is the last one that I'm about to go. Chapter 9 on 673, right? I need you to go to, I might as well read that one. So it says, and when they had withdrawn, listen, night arrived, and with it the moon and stars. And I, Baruch, said, Lord, explain this also to me, please. How does it depart, and where is it going, and in what pattern does it travel? And the angel said, wait, and you will see this shortly. And on the morrow I saw this, also in the form of a woman, seated in a wheeled chariot, and in front of it were oxen and lambs near the chariot, and also many angels. And I said, Lord, what are the oxen and lambs? And he said to me, these are angels also. He said, and I said, Lord, what are the oxen and lambs? And he said to me, these are angels also. If I go back to the beginning of this, right here on page 665, it says, and he showed me a plain within heaven, and there were men dwelling on it, with faces of cattle and horns of deer and feet of goats and loins of sheep. And I asked, and Baruch asked the angel, tell me blah, 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 blah. So we're going to go down here. Where did he say it at? 7. He said, and I said to you, I pray you show me what those men are. And he said to me, those are the ones who built the tower of the war against God, and the Lord removed them. So there are angels that guard the sun and the moon, and they go in front. We know about these heavenly chariots. We've heard about them. We've studied about them. Enoch, Elijah, a few other folks. Abraham, when he got ready to die, he got to go up in a heavenly chariot. But hold on. So the men that are being punished, they daddies was angels, but they daddy was a cow angel or a goat angel or a whatever. And then when a third of all angels fell. So it makes sense now as to why they went into the animals of the field, the fish, No, because not all angels, there's a specific kind. No. But, okay, ooh, this plays even bigger part into, hold on now, animals talking. What did Lucifer transform himself into to trick Eve? Which is a animal. So God took the animal's ability to speak, because they used to talk just like on Disney. But Lucifer knew that there were angels that looked like animals. Because it said these angels look like sheep and goats, but they're actual angels. The evil side of this is a witch's familiar. You're lost. You'll need to read Enoch. You'll need to read Jasher, where it says that the angels came down. Not only did they sleep with the women, they slept with the beasts of the field and the fish and the birds. Well, that makes sense. If I'm an angel, and what is the whole thing with animals and people that's outlawed in places, but in some places it's not? And when you go back and you look at the rulers of certain places, they were massive and they were half angel, half animal beings, but they had power and they talked. So remember I told y'all when the angels came down and made it with the animals, it gave the animals their ability to talk back. Remember? I said it was to slap God in the face because he had took the angels' ability to talk except for a few birds and whatever else. They cannot communicate with us anymore because of this. So when the angels came down 7 generations later, or 4 to 7 generations later, and went into the animals can now talk. Wasn't that in Percy Jackson? Didn't the centaur talk? Not centaur, but the minotaur. Where is Percy Jackson? And he roared like a lion. I mean, a beast or whatever, a cow. And he had horns. But when he stood up, he was kind of like a person. Interesting, because we just seen that right here. And he was bigger. He could throw cars like they was, you know how he could throw cars? He could throw cars how they said Jacob's sons could throw full-size bears. Interesting. Oh, there goes some elephant people. Ain't that what y'all said the original Beauty and the Beast was? You said he had Tuscan 17 something and elephant something. You're just now getting to Enoch and can barely understand it. So when you read it, don't read it to read it. You need a notebook and a pen and paper, and you need to Google or get you dictionaries and look up every word, look up the definition, and write it down in real life. You can't just read Enoch. You got to study it or it won't make sense. All the words that you don't know, look them up and look up the definition. Excuse me. Ooh. This stuff, you don't read it. You study it. I promise you. And then everything will just start clicking. Yep, just do a paragraph at a time. Because a paragraph can have you down so many rabbit holes, you'll be like, oh my God, it's been 2 weeks and I just wrote down 4 words. As far as what the scripture was. You said what? Be read, I'm happy. Yes. Not only his, but others too. Yes. They are the 12, what's the name, families from Greek mythology. The 12 Olympians made up the divine family. How many sons did Jacob have? How many sons did Jacob have? Oh. Oh. And we already know from our big green book that anytime that you see anything about the Greek gods, that it is actually the stories of the Assyrian and Babylonian kings and like what was going on in ancient Mesopotamia. So if you know that the 12 that made up the divine families, right? So in Greece they had the 12 divine families right there. See? It says instead of the Chaldaic, the Greek names of the kings of Babylon and Assyria are herein given as they are most commonly found and used. So whenever you're reading about Juno, Jupiter, Neptune, Vulcan, all of those Greek gods, you're actually reading about the kings of Babylon and Assyria. Now that makes sense to us because that's where the angels went in there and was tap dancing on folks' wombs and stuff, making the cat people, because it was the Persians and some of the Egyptians that had these dog head gods and animal gods, right? Yeah. So now that we know a lot of the angels could also turn into animals, now we see why people that are in the occult are obsessed with turning into an animal, like all of the stars. When they do videos and movies, haven't most of them been changed into an animal? Like pandas and dogs and cats and mice and cups and all kinds of stuff. Interesting. And they do that by the power of magic, right? Ancient, old magic. And what are the symbols that they write? The symbols of the angel, the fallen angel that they are going to conjure to help with the transformation. Is that because that angel used to be, or when they had their form, they looked like? So is this where the obsession in Hollywood to transform into something that you are not comes from, seeing as how it is the cities of lost angels, the ones that were hurled from earth, that became the Babylonian and Assyrian kings that went against. Never mind. You know what? I'm about to go eat. That's what I'm gonna do. It's just getting bigger and bigger, and no matter how many times we talk about it, God just keeps opening up the different pieces. I'm like, okay, wait a minute, that makes sense. All the sense in the world. Thank you. You hear me? Cause we were supposed to go one other place, and I didn't take y'all back over there. But let me show y'all this real quick too. If you go to the front of this very book, right? To page 339. Actually 338, 339, and 340. It's the sibling oracles, and it's talking about Noah preaches repentance. It says, be sober, cut off evils, and stop fighting violently with each other, having a bloodthirsty heart, drenching much earth with human blood. Interesting, right? So those are going to be some important pages. 3, 38, 39 and 40. And then pages 349 and 350, 351 and 352. Now, can y'all go to 352? You read them together. I'm going to tell you an easy way to do it. You can start in Genesis. And then as they list people, just look for them in those stories or look for similar things. Don't necessarily start out just trying to understand the whole thing. Just if you're going to read Enoch or Jasher, I mean, they pretty much be saying a lot of the same thing. It's just like the histories and the Jubilees. So just let God lead you. Maybe you trying to read something. Maybe he wants you to read something else. If it's not clicking, go somewhere else and come back. Yeah. So, real quick, go to page 352 for me. And go right under 280. I'm about to show y'all something right here. It says, it says, these and the sorcerers and sorceresses, in addition to them, will the anger of the heavenly imperishable God also bring near to the pillar, around which an undying fiery river flows in a circle. All these at once, the angels of the immortal, everlasting God will punish terribly from above with whips of flame, having bound them around with fiery chains and unbreakable bonds. Then in the dead of night, they will be thrown under many terrible infernal beasts in Gehenna. Right? But if you read above that, it talks about all the people, folks that, got rid of, unplanned children and all kind of other stuff. It's on these pages right here, and it's interesting. It's on page 352 in book 1. We all in book 1. It's a whole bunch of them. I don't be knowing the chapters, y'all. I just be knowing the pages. I'm just going where I'm going. Yeah. So did y'all get those pages? Did y'all get the pages? You hear me? Oh, Lord. It's probably somebody that's crazy. Oh, Jesus. Okay. So if you're going to finish this study, I need you to go through there. Okay. I need you to go through there and put your pieces together. So if we know that the men at the Tower of Babel, it tells us who was there in Jasher. Then you're going to need to go back to the sibling oracles and see what was going on. Then go back over here where we at in Baruch, so you can see what's going on there. Because now, do y'all see how the pieces are being put together? Y'all see how we did that? If we hadn't read that 3rd chapter of Baruch, you hear me? We wouldn't have known that because we know that they were beings, like the tetramorph, or however you say that. Tetra, whatever. That has men bodies, bird, face, a human face, and they're connected. Those are the beings that are described in the Bible that are in the heavenly host. But they're all one being, right? Four faces, blah, 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 blah. Okay? But there are also other beings, because it talks about the angels and them, but it also describes the heavenly host that are different from the angels. Right? Because even the 24 elders are not, the 12 and 24 elders, or whatever you want to call it, they're not angels. They're something else. It says wisdom, right? Right? Wisdom or knowledge, wisdom is a she, right? And an actual being. So is wisdom one of the beings that's in God's court? There's yeah. Yeah. Right. You hear me? These are all beings. Everything that God created is an actual being. Sophia, right? And God loves her. I read that. Oh, okay. Really? Well, where are you? Probably. Nope. Hold on, y'all. Y'all done gave me so many books. It might be in my room. Well, I think it is in my room, actually. I think it is. Hold on. Both of them was. Crazy, right? You know what the book before that is? Interesting. I do this wrong every time, y'all. Sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful. I'm looking for a specific. Yeah, I don't think it's in this one. It's not. Hold on. Oh, I think it's in one we can read right now, actually. Hold on. I wanted to say it. Well, I can't remember which one of our books has. It'll say this version or the Coptic version. And the Coptic version is the version that is from that area. I can't remember which one of my books has one version. I thought it was the OTP, but it might be something else. The Coptic version of blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I don't know which one it is. I'm too tired to touch that one today. I'm too tired. I'm about to go take me a nap. I've been on here for 257 minutes. I'm about to go eat. Y'all already know. I'm too sleepy. I'm about to go get me some meds and give me some eggs and go to bed. You heard me. I said I'm about to get me some meds, order some eggs. You heard me. And get in the bed. I love y'all. I love y'all. Talk to you later. Okay. You said I just had an egg sandwich. Oh, with some bacon? Listen, that's the real thing. Yep. Love y'all. Bye.